Members' session will come to order. The Senate will come to order. Please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Jared Douglas, First Red Oak Baptist Church in Red Oak, Texas. Please rise in the gallery. And Pastor, thank you for your patience. Next to last day, a lot going on.
Well, as a pastor and former Marine, it's an honor to be here today. So thank you for this privilege. Let me pray. Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you today and we acknowledge that you are God and we are not. You are the creator of all, you are sovereign over all, and you are the Redeemer for all who trust in the finished work of your Son, Jesus Christ. Father, we thank you for allowing us to live in this great nation, and we thank you for all those who serve our country and who currently are serving in the United States Armed Forces. We pray for your continued blessing and protection on them and over them. Father, we also thank you for the privilege we have to live in the great state of Texas, and we thank you for those in this room today who serve our state in their elected positions. I pray for them today that you would give them the wisdom, discernment, and courage they need to make the best decisions that are set before them. I pray you would help them to always remember they are not only accountable to all those they represent, but most importantly, they are accountable to you for the choices and the decisions they make. I pray that in light of this reality, that you would help them to be faithful and diligent to fulfill their roles and responsibilities to the best of their abilities. Lord, I pray that your hand of blessing and protection will be upon them, and I pray that they would not seek just to be leaders who serve, but more importantly, I pray you would help them to strive to be servants who lead for the good of the people and for the glory of your name. And I pray all these things in the name that is above all names, the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed.
Thank you. Welcome to the gallery. This is our 139th of 140 days. A lot to do in the last 36 hours or so still. Senator West, you're recognized for recognition.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I rise to recognize the impending retirement of a keystone in my office. Mr. Kelvin Bass will be retiring this fall, and therefore the 89th legislative session is his last session. So at least that's what he thinks. Kevin has been a part of Team West since November 8th, 1999. That's how long he's been serving. A true story. I met Kelvin, affectionately called KB, when he was a reporter for the Dallas Weekly. Every event or meeting I attended, he was there. Senator Nichols, he had his camera flashing and his handheld tape recorder in my face all the time, asking me ridiculous questions. You know how those reporters can be. So I said, why don't you just come work for me? Okay. And so he decided, and we ended up entering into a relationship that dates back to November the 8th, 1999. He's been my guy since then. He knows criminal justice, transportation, and media management like the back of his hand. Some of his legislation topics that he worked on was he crafted legislation that created the ability to seal certain criminal records through the order of non-disclosure, the first such law in the state of Texas. And obviously, there's been different iterations of that, Mr. President. He worked with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office in the creation of legislation on the collection, storage, and processing of DNA evidence. Senator Huffman. He worked with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office to pass legislation on a system of progressive sanctions used by county supervisions throughout the state of Texas. He crafted and updated legislation on misuse identification, resolving cases where a person whose name or identity was used without their permission. He worked on that. Crafted legislation to allow expunction of criminal records in most cases where there was an arrest, there was no indictment or community supervision. Created comprehensive legislation in 2015 that became Texas's first body-worn camera law. And I can tell you, we were called everything except a child of God when we were crafting that legislation, but he stood right there with me. Crafted legislation on wrongly convicted and later exonerated persons in our penal system. I can go on and on and on in terms of the work that Kelvin has done, not only for me as a senator in Senate District 23, but for the state of Texas. He crafted the Community Safety Education Act, many of you here voted on, that provides instructions on police officer and citizen interactions when they are stopped by police officers. Great legislation. He assisted in making certain that some of our seniors who didn't have a birth certificate, they were not born, Senator Zaffarini, in a hospital, but by midwives. And we passed that this legislative session. That was his passion for 3 legislative sessions, and we finally got that done this session. Again, I can go on and on in terms of things that he's done. But Kelvin, I'm proud of everything that you've done on behalf of Senate District 23 and also the state of Texas. Now, members, he's joined on the floor by his wife, Sheila Carter Bass, who is a retired Dallas County Sheriff officer, Latoya Bass is his daughter, and in the gallery, Cameron Bass Jr., stand up, Cameron. His grandson, Cameron, and Renisha Bass, his daughter-in-law. Stand up, Renisha. And needless to say, persons in my office are also here. So past and present members of Team West are in the gallery to laud his service and accomplishments and wish him well. Kelvin, thank you very much for your service. Mr. President, I'd move adoption of resolution number 641.
You know where he got a lot of his early training?
Right here.
He worked at a television station with somebody I know really well. Me.
I'm pretty sure you got a lot of training too.
I was preparing him for your office long before he or you knew it. I've had a man undercover for 30 years.
All due respect, he was a double agent.
Touche. Kelvin, we're all proud of you. I knew you when you were just a young man. You're still a young man. Those were great days a long time ago. And it's been a pleasure working with you here. So, members, let's honor him by standing up. 30 years. Senator Menendez motions to add all members' names. Any objection? Hearing none. Senator Huffman. Members, Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate respectfully request that the House take up for consideration the Senate's request to recede from a House amendment and concur in the alternative Senate amendment to Senate Bill 293 as presented in Senate Resolution 695. I further move that the Senate ask for a conference on the pending matters of disagreement on Senate Bill 293 if the House chooses to not act upon the Senate's request pursuant to Senate Resolution 695, and that the President be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the Senate.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? Senator West.
Mr. President, I'd ask that the conference committee so appointed not consider any non-germane amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. The following conferees, in the event they are needed.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 293. Huffman, Chair. Members, Senators Betancourt, Menendez, Schwertner, and West.
Members, we need to stand at ease for 5 minutes. Members, take your seats, please. Sorry for the long delay, but as you know, we're trying to get the judges their pay raise. Members, the chair lays out Resolution 686. The senators will read the resolution. Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, whereas the Senate of the State of Texas is pleased to recognize the exemplary service of Secretary of the Senate Patsy Spaw and her outstanding staff, whose dedication, professionalism, and tireless efforts are vital to the success of the legislative process.
And whereas Secretary Patsy Spaw has long served the state of Texas with distinction, providing steady leadership and an uncompromising commitment to excellence that sets a high standard for public service in the Texas Senate. Her perfect attendance record during legislative sessions throughout the years is a testament to her faithful and unwavering dedication to the Senate.
And in addition to her official duties as secretary, she has long devoted her time and energy to serving as a leader and the esteemed member of the National Conference of State Legislatures.
And whereas supporting Secretary Spaw is a team of Senate officers and department directors and their staffs who contribute immeasurably to the smooth functioning of the chamber.
These individuals include Mark Garcia, auditor, Nicole Albers, calendar clerk, Rebecca McAdoo, assistant calendar clerk, Patience Worrell, enrolling clerk, Jeff Hedges, assistant enrolling clerk.
Lourdes Litchfield, journal clerk, Michelle Hill, assistant journal clerk, Jill Turetsky, director of media services, Michelle Fultz, payroll officer, Delicia Sams, director of human resources.
Joe Calvo, Senate Postmaster. Mike Campbell, Director of Publications and Printing. Laura Windheimer, Director of Purchasing and Supply. David Mozzie, Director of Senate Research.
Austin Osborne, Sergeant at Arms. Matt Peabody, Doorkeeper. Brianna Hernandez, Office Manager. Greg Gaitan, Director of Support Services. Monica Partita, Director of Staff Services.
In addition, key staff members such as Nancy Longoria and Lauren Williams, administrative assistants to Secretary Spaw, Scott Caffey, committee coordinator.
Jessica Flynn, messenger supervisor. Amanda Bookout, travel coordinator. Dante Hill, manager and executive chef for the Lieutenant Governor's reception room.
And Anthony Hernandez, supervisor of the Senate porters, have each played important roles in ensuring the Senate runs effectively and efficiently.
And whereas the Senate also recognizes with deep appreciation the many other staff members in each Senate department whose hard work, diligence, and behind-the-scenes efforts have been indispensable to the operation of the Texas Senate.
And whereas, together, Secretary Patsy Spaw and her dedicated team uphold the most honorable ideas of public service and embody the spirit of cooperation, excellence, and integrity that defines the Texas Senate.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas, 89th Legislature, hereby honor Secretary of the Senate Patsy Spaw and her entire staff for their many contributions to the legislative process and commend them on their loyal and continued service to the state of Texas.
And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be prepared for Secretary Spaw and her staff as an expression of the highest regard and gratitude from the state of Texas.
Members, I know you all love Patsy. You all respect her. You respect all this great team that she has that makes our work possible. So let's stand in honor of Patsy and this entire team. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Senator Zaffarini, followed by Senator Alvarado and Parker, and they will present flowers to Patsy. Later, they will present flowers to Karina and perhaps a potted plant to Colby. Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Please be seated, members. It is my privilege and honor to join my 30 Senate colleagues in co-authoring Senate Resolution 686, recognizing our esteemed Secretary of the Senate, Patsy Spa, and her exceptional staff for their enduring service to this chamber and to the families of Texas. Patsy Spa is a pillar of the Texas Senate, a treasured presence with unrivaled institutional knowledge. She began her career as a typist in the engrossing and enrolling department in 1969 and earned a bachelor's degree and a law degree while rising through the ranks to become our Secretary of the Senate. During the 56 years she has served our great state, she has never missed a day of a regular or special session. Patsy serves not only with grace, dignity, and precision, but also with the unbelievable ability, discipline, and warrior-like stamina to work with unflappable effectiveness and efficiency for hours on end, without a break and without food or drink. By way of example, today she was offered a chair, but she chose to stand with her team, another example of her never being interested in being the center of attention. She excels in her Senate chamber and beyond because of her exceptional staff. Some of them, including her directors, are on the floor, and others are in the East Gallery. Would they please rise and be recognized too? And in the North Gallery. Members, let's acknowledge her staff. Thank you. Day in and day out, they handle the behind-the-scenes work that keeps this chamber and our offices and meeting rooms ready or running smoothly, often around the clock. The staff's dedication, professionalism, and excellence reflect the very standards Patsy has modeled throughout her distinguished career. Mr. President and members, please join me in expressing anew our deep respect, admiration, and appreciation for Patsy Spa and her staff. Their service, steadfastness, and unwavering commitment strengthen and uphold the proud traditions of the Texas Senate. And on behalf of the 31 members of the Texas Senate and the Lieutenant Governor, Senator Carol Alvarado and Senator Ted Parker will present flowers. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator Zaffarini. Dean Zaffarini. Colby, I'll get you that potted plant.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, members, and Patsy. You know, the one thing you have done consistently is treat everyone equally, whether they're veterans or rookies or Republicans or Democrats. You make us all feel welcome when we come here for the first day, and we have no idea what we're going to do and how it's going to work. And for some of you, that happened 30 years ago. And for some of you, it happened last year, Adam and Molly and Brent. And she's always consistent, always the same, wants everybody to be successful. That's a rare, rare person. That's a rare person. Patsy, would you like to say anything? I know you seldom speak.
Not really. Except I'm thrilled that you've brought my team out because they all have a servant's heart, and they wouldn't still be here if they didn't. They are honored to serve each of you and your teams, and they are all the behind-the-scenes team, and they don't get a lot of recognition. You do individually recognize them, and we know that, and we appreciate that very much. But they and their staffs put in countless hours to do a good job for you so that you can honor the oath that you took to serve Texas. So it's our honor to serve you, but thank you very much for recognizing my team. They're my heart.
Thank you, Patsy. And members, as you know, you're tired through a session, but when you leave here at 8, 9, 10, 11, midnight, they're often here till 2, 3, and 4 in the morning because they have to do all the work and finish up everything that we did during that session. So they're here pretty much all the time, all the time. Senator Zafir, need to close?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent that Patsy Spa not be allowed to retire as Secretary of the Senate as long as any one of us is in office.
Am I allowed to second that motion? All right. Yeah. The motion is adopted. Can't leave. Members will stand at ease for 10 minutes, so to say hi to everyone, and then we have some work to continue to do. So take 10 minutes and say hi to everybody.
The Senate will come to order. Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
please admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures: HCR 132, Craddock, in memory of former Midland Mayor Carol Morgan Thomas; HCR 154, Craddock, in memory of Deputy Jesse Ray Perez of the Dawson County Sheriff's Office; HCR 158, Low, commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II; HCR 159, Low, commemorating the 190th anniversary of the Battle of Gonzales; HCR
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's another message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has granted the request of the Senate for the appointment of the Conference Committee on the following measures: SB 293, Conference Conferees, Leach, Chair, Guerin, Hunter, Moody, Rose. The House has adopted the following Conference Committee reports: HB 5246, SB 8. Respectfully, Stephen Brown, Chief Clerk.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
HB 4144, HB 4187, HB 4623, HB 4690, HB 5646, HB 5666, HB 5677, HB 5682, HB 2, HCR 88, HCR 137, HCR 166, HCR 167, HCR 153. HB 2525, HB 2731, HB 2854, HB 3071, HB 3333, HB 3372, HB 3556, HB 3595, HB 3689, HB 4081, HB 500, HB 149, HB 223, HB 300, HCR 168, HB 549, HB 1314, HB 1973, HB 2011, HB 2067, HB 6, HB 14, HB 20, HB 121, HB 126, and HB 127.
Senator Kolkhorst.
Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate Rule 8.02 to take up and consider at this time HCR 157.
Senator Kolkhorst moves to suspend Rule 8.02 to take up and consider HCR 157. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
HCR 157, designating Rockport as the official redfish capital of Texas.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, the city of Rockport, located in Senate District 18, is a destination for anglers from across the state of Texas and beyond because of the redfish. Also known as the red drum, the fish is a prized species that populates the waters surrounding Rockport. The redfish population has not only bolstered tourism to the city, but also contributed to the conservation and sustainability efforts in the region. Members, HCR 157 designates the city of Rockport as the redfish capital of Texas for a period of 10 years. My friend and colleague, Chair Hunter, Todd Hunter, would say, members, it's about tuia, the oysters, and redfish. And truly, we have a unique place in Rockport and Fulton and Aransas County. It is I've often described it as a gem, a jewel in the crown of Texas. And so it's an honor to bring HCR 157 declaring Rockport as the redfish capital of Texas. And with Sine Die tomorrow, I hope to be down there fishing very soon. Yeah, you can clap. Yes, yes. All join in with that. The suspense is killing me, Mr. President.
Senator Colcourse moves adoption of the resolution. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagen, Hall, Hancock, Hinox.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you, members. Come to Senate District 18 and do some fishing with me soon.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for motion on the Conference Committee report, Senate Bill 1610.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1610 was the Texas Civil Commitment Office. The House had made an amendment and it is currently being removed because HB 3073 is already addressing how prosecutors will prove that sexual assault occurred without consent. With that, I move to adoption of the committee report.
Senator Perry moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1610. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The committee report is adopted. Thank you.
It's cold. Shirley, is that the following resolution? The Secretary will read the resolution. Senate Resolution 718 by Perry, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on House Bill 46.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President. SR 718 is an out-of-bounds resolution for teacup. The amendment is simply clarifying an amendment to reaffirm that doctors can determine how much prescription medication the patient should receive during a 90-day period. We got it late last night, and a few things dropped out, so this is one of those things to make it clear in what we intended in the bill.
Any objection? Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell.
21 ayes, no nays. The resolution is adopted. Now, Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion on the Conference Committee report for HB 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, HB 46 is the teacup bill. I move, we did add a couple of things. We did add 3 additional licensures, so for a total of 15 from where the Senate bill was. We added TBI. We realigned the chronic pain to match those up. With that, I move adoption of committee report for HB 46.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, no nays. Bill is finally passed. Thank you. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
SCR 56, instructing the enrolling clerk of the House of Representatives to make certain corrections in House Bill 46.
Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, SCR 56 is a technical correction. We added Crohn's disease or other inflammatory bowel disease into the conditions eligible for teacup program. It was inadvertently left out by the drafter late last night. We're putting it back in.
After we worked to get that, I'm glad
We
you
worked
caught
to get it in there.
Yes. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays. The motion is adopted. I recognize Senator Hancock on a motion to suspend the Senate Rule 8.02 to take up and consider HCR 146.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I move to suspend Rule 8.02, take up and consider HCR 146.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
HCR 146, directing the governor of the state of Texas to award the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor to U.S. Army veteran Ricky Dudley Whitnett.
Senator Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration that the state of Texas can award to a service member of the Texas Military Forces. It recognizes service members who have performed a deed of personal bravery or self-sacrifice involving the risk of life, with the award requiring incontestable proof of the deed. And we were able to hear many of those. Those are requests that come from members, both in the House and Senate. We go through those in the Veteran Affairs Committee and the House committees that were matched that. We had two individuals that we're going to be recognizing today. The first one is in HCR 146, and that is Ricky Dudley Whitner. A special ceremony, really interesting, and you see what heroes we have in the state of Texas as you hear these testimonies of the braveries of these men. And with that, I move adoption.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays. The resolution is adopted. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Hancock on a motion to suspend Senate Rule 8.02 to take up and consider HCR 149.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend Rule 8.02, take and consider HCR 149.
Senator Hancock moves to suspend Rule 8.02 to take up and consider HCR 149. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
HCR 149, directing the governor of the state of Texas to posthumously award the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor to U.S. Navy SEAL Nathan Gage Ingram of Roanoke.
Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Senator Hancock for bringing this forward, and it's so important, vitally important, that we never forget the sacrifice of Gage, who's an incredible young man who paid the ultimate price fighting for this country and fighting specifically to save a fellow SEAL. It was a spectacular, spectacular young man and someone we can never forget. So I just want to thank Senator Hancock and the committee for bestowing upon him this incredible Texas Legislative Medal of Honor. It's a tremendous, tremendous award, and I'm very, very grateful for Senator Hancock bringing it forward. And I want the family to know that we will never forget Gage, and we'll continue to pray for them and never forget his memory.
Chair recognizes Senator Hancock on the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And again, this is the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor. And I will tell you, having attended this and listening to many of the testimonials of these heroes, this one was probably the most impressive, Senator Parker, that we've heard because of the mission they were on, because of the type of mission they were on. This will probably be the highest recognition that this hero will receive. Not that he's not due more, but fortunately, because Texas has this Texas Legislative Medal of Honor, and so because of that, what we saw for the first time that I've ever experienced it, Senator Parker, we had lead military officials, admirals, coming from literally all over the country for this particular award, dressed in uniform. It was incredibly impressive. You could tell this young man was well thought of. He was a leader in his platoon, and the heroic duty of literally knowing that he was in the middle of this mission that they were on, knowing that he was risking his own life by leaving the safety of a ship they were boarding to go try to rescue his companion, and subsequently both lives were lost. But it was one of the most impressive testimonials and experiences going through this. And so with that, I move adoption of HCR 149.
Senator Hancock moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Kokos for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 2900.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Members, Senate Bill 2900 is a straightforward bill that ensures staff time and agency resources at the Comptroller's office are focused on providing services to Texans by reducing the number of advisory committees that the agency must convene. The amendment placed on Senate Bill 2900 in the House unintentionally, Senator Sparks, removed county oversight of the Tobacco Settlement Permanent Trust Account Investment Advisory Committee, which contains $2.8 billion, with the lion's share being directed towards indigent health care in our counties. Working through this conference committee report, and I want to thank so many of you that came to me and said that your county judges had contacted you. I had, my staff had several conversations with Judge Zeller in Victoria and others. The conference committee report for Senate Bill 2900 excludes that part of the House floor amendment to return it to the Senate engrossed format to ensure that counties have the necessary oversight over these extremely important dollars and this important fund, which again is $2.8 billion. I want to thank Representative Bojani and his office for all their hard work. I want to thank my staff in bird dogging this, Grant McLaughlin and others for staying on top of this to make sure that we got the wording correct. So we're in ways doging extra committees, but we're not taking away the input of our local communities on these indigent healthcare dollars. Members, with that, I ask for us to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2900.
Senator Kokos moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2900. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2900 is adopted.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President. That's it for the 89th for me. Thank you.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
SCR 55 by Parker, instructing the enrolling clerk of the Senate to make a correction in Senate Bill 1964.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider SCR 55. Members, this resolution provides for a technical correction to be made to Senate Bill 1964 relating to the regulation and use of artificial intelligence systems and the management of data. The House adopted a third reading amendment that used the term AI, which is not defined in the bill. Therefore, the resolution instructs the enrolling clerk of the Senate to strike the term AI and replace it with an artificial intelligence system, which is in fact defined in the bill. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move suspension.
Senator Parker moves the adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 706 by West, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on Senate Bill 650.
Chair recognizes Senator West to explain the resolution.
Mr. President, I move to suspend all necessary rules, take up and consider Resolution 706, suspending limitations on conference committee's reports jurisdiction for Senate Bill 650. This is an out-of-bounds resolution for the conference committee report in Senate Bill 650. This is the bill that requires the swipe of a driver's license or identification for the retail sales of alcohol. Members, the House took out package stores. This particular resolution allows package stores to be put back in.
Senator West moves the adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator West for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 650.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 650. Members, again, this is the conference committee report that requires the swiping of a driver's license or identification for retail sales of alcohol at convenience stores and also at package stores.
Senator West moves the adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 650. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The conference committee report on Senate Bill 650 is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has adopted the following conference committee.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Parker for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 1545.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report for HB 1545, the Sunset Scheduling Bill. Members, the Conference Committee report simply keeps the Texas Department of Insurance sunset review under the 2028-2029 review cycle, opposed to moving it up to next year's review cycle. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move adoption.
Senator Parker moves the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1545. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Wardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Conference Committee report on House Bill 1545 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez on a motion to suspend the Senate Rule 8.02 to take up and consider HCR 155.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, San Antonio has long been known as Military City, USA, due to our over 300 years of service. And today I'm excited that we have HCR 155 that'll designate San Antonio as Military City, USA for the next 10 years. Our history dates back to 1719 with the establishment of San Antonio de Béjar Presidio. The city's consistently hosted our military forces ever since, with Fort Sam Houston, Camp Bullis, Lackland Air Force Base, and Randolph Air Force Base. We're home to one of the nation's largest active and retired military populations, and for that reason, San Antonio is proud to be commonly known as Military City, USA. Through the city's steadfast commitment to supporting our U.S. Armed Forces, I believe it is indeed fitting that the city be officially given that same title as it is nationally recognized and known as Military City, Texas. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, and all the people who have served in our armed forces and their families who serve with them. And with that, I move suspension of the rules, Mr. President.
Senator Campbell, what purpose? You may speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. To comment on HCR 155, Senator Menendez. Senator Menendez, I'm very glad that you brought this forward. San Antonio has defended the title of Military City, USA for 10 years or longer. Anyway, thank you so much for bringing it forward, and I believe it's fitting to continue the name for another 10 years. Thank you, Senator Menendez. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you. Senator Menendez moves to suspend Rule 802 to take up and consider HCR 155. Any objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. The chair now lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
HCR 155, designating San Antonio as Military City, Texas for a 10-year period ending 2035.
You recognize on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of all the men and women who serve this country and their families to serve with them, I move adoption of HCR 155.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Wardwell.
31 ayes and no nays to one of the greatest cities in America and a bigger and better Alamo every day. Thank you.
Thanks to you and many others. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion on the Conference Committee report for Senate Bill 1660.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1660. The Conference Committee report reverses the changes made by the House and restores the original Senate version of the bill. I move adoption.
Senator Huffman moves the adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1660. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. Conference report is adopted. Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Swertner for a motion on Conference Committee report for House Bill 145.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move adoption of the Conference Committee report for House Bill 145. Members, this bill by Chairman Ken King requires utilities to develop and implement comprehensive wildfire mitigation plans subject to review and approval by the Public Utility Commission. The Senate Business Commerce Committee initially removed provisions from the bill regarding an affirmative defense and a limit on liability for utilities that adopt a wildfire mitigation plan. This language was reworked with stakeholders and returned to the bill to provide that limited liability only extends to utilities that receive PUC approval of their mitigation plan and implement the approved plan. The House requested a Conference Committee report to restore language clarifying that a utility may only rely on limited liability if a trier of fact first determines the utility was in compliance with the approved and implemented wildfire mitigation plan. Including this language clarifies the bill's intent and therefore strengthens its effect. And I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report to House Bill 145.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The Conference Committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry for a motion on Conference Committee report, Senate Bill 268.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 268 is regarding board complaints in the medical fields relatively to their specific boards. With that, I move adoption of Conference Committee report.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell. For what purpose?
To comment on the committee report.
You're recognized.
Thank you. And to ask Senator Perry a question.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Perry. Currently, the scope of practice for each healthcare professional is set by their specialty board. But when one's practice moves into the scope of another or into the scope of medicine, who stops them? An amendment was stripped that I'm sure you're going to talk about that could have said cease and desist. This bill, I believe, allows the fox to guard the hen house. And it could be medicine, monitoring medicine also. But I would expect other boards to stop the practice of one who moves into their specialty. For example, if a non-RN is practicing Nursing, I would expect the nursing board to reach into whatever field that person is supposed to be practicing. Likewise, if a masseuse practices chiropractic medicine, I would expect the chiropractic board to step in. But how does the Texas Medical Board say stop if a practitioner crosses the line to practice medicine without a license?
So there was an amendment placed on, to be clear, what the bill does is it puts enforcement with the specialty board. So if I'm a chiropractor, my board should regulate and enforcement with me. There was an amendment on that basically gave all of that authority in effect back to TMB. And to be clear, currently, every board has the right to do cease and desist. TMB has the right to do cease and desist. But the other specialty boards have more enforcement actions. TMB's enforcement under a cease and desist is we don't like what you're doing, but we really can't do much more with that. So first of all, if you really want to take care of your specialties and have enforcement actions that they need enforcement against, you leave it in the specialties. We've moved to these boards over time, right? So if we're going to leave everything in the TMB's jurisdictional for enforcement, we really don't need the other boards. So if we're going to have the boards, they ought to be responsible for their own providers groups. TMB takes significantly longer to resolve complaints from an efficiencies perspective. TMB has limited disciplinary authority once the cease and desist. That's all they can do is to say, stop what you're doing, but they really don't be able to threaten the removal of the licensure. If we were to allow the amendment as it was, it would become what's referred to as a super board, overriding the legislature's intent to have professional specific regulatory bodies over those that they license. So either you believe the boards of the specialty will enforce their own or you don't. And if we don't, then we don't need all the boards and we should move everything back under TMB. This is migrated out over time for sessions, multiple sessions. I have a pretty good, if I file a complaint against the chiropractor board for a chiropractic action on me, and if, let's just say he was practicing outside the scope and I go in and I say, this chiropractor was telling me I need to go get cancer treatment, and I file a complaint, they're going to handle that and move it over to the right board for that. So I'm kind of at that point where if we have organizations, associations, boards that don't do what they're doing, we either get onto those, but TMB's been this problem in the past, right? I've been down here 15 years. And there was a time when TMB didn't enforce their own, and they were called in for it. Through this legislative process on this floor many, many times, there was, why aren't you taking care of your own? They've done better. They've got good leadership. They're doing their job well. The expectation should be the same for any specialty provider that's licensed. Is they ought to be responsible for policing their own. If they're not doing it, we should be in their grill and pushing them forward to do it, or either remove the leadership.
Thank you. Well, we'll see what happens in the interim and go from there. I will respectfully be voting no, but
I
thank
appreciate
you.
that. And no disrespect at all either time. We have our own perspectives. We consistently see pushback on these other boards. And I understand there's a little piece of that if you're not comfortable with what they can do, and if they're not doing what their job, we need to make sure they are.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, Hidalgo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield for a few questions?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of clarification. As I understand right now, the TMB board has limited authority to regulate, and other than just a cease and desist order, I guess other healthcare professional practitioners?
That is correct. They have limited disciplinary actions for other professional boards. In those boards of specialty, they can take your license. They can suspend you. They can require additional training. So they have the proper authority to designate the proper enforcement. TMB, all they can do is cease and desist. We don't like what you're doing, but they have no teeth.
So they couldn't enforce a cease and desist order, TMB?
Correct.
And quite frankly, to allow TMB to have all that authority, we would have to completely revamp the whole system as it exists right now.
Correct.
Thank you, Senator Perry, for answering my questions.
Senator Kolkhorst, what purpose?
To ask some questions of the author.
I yield.
Thank you. Senator Perry, you and I have had some discussions about this. This bill came out of the Health and Human Services Committee. It did go over to the House, had an amendment added. You have stripped that amendment. I have heard from numerous doctors today, as well as the Texas Medical Board on their concern, and the chairman of that board on their concern. An example would be if this is an example given to me, if a nurse midwife tried to perform an abortion independently, the Texas Medical Board would have to refer to the nursing board and not be able to stop them immediately. I think that's actually a real case. So when that happens, if we see someone practicing medicine, whether you gave an example of a chiropractor, you could say maybe a dentist. Maybe a dentist is kind of going out there and starting to practice. It couldn't just be a nurse. The medical board would have no purview to say he or she has crossed this line. It would just go back to that board. And your point is, will those boards say, hey, you can't, you're out of your lane, you're out of the scope. The legislature does not give you the ability to practice in that regard. That's it. That's the only thing we've got now. The medical board wouldn't be able to say, other than maybe lobbying the nursing board or the dental board, other than saying, we believe this person is practicing medicine. So you're good with that?
I'm good with that. We either believe the law, the boards over those specialties enforce and police their own, or they don't. TMB,
what if one of those boards actually wants to see that their expansion of scope happens, and they just say, yeah, you can keep doing that?
I don't think that a board with the promulgated rules and standards for chiropractic or eye doctors or PTs, they have their code of ethics, they have their training, they have their background, and I don't think a board in good conscience would step outside of those without the risk of being sued, liable, and discrediting their reputation. I have to, here's the problem down here. This is what I always find to be the case. We get to a point in our legislative process that we either trust or we don't. And when we don't, we try to make amends for, let's make sure this exists just in case they are not trustworthy. That's fixing a symptom of a deeper problem. And until we get to where we want to hold those people responsible for doing their delegated jobs, and if they're not, having the same conversation we had with TMB over the decade I've been here, for not enforcing their own, for letting bad doctors stay. Until we do those things for every board that it comes up in that capacity, we're trying to fix a symptom of a bigger problem. So if your conversation from the TMB board, and be clear what I said a while ago, TMB has no teeth outside of their licensures. So all they can do is say cease and desist. They can refer that to their board especially and say, we believe this is what's going on. And from there, that action takes. And if we as a legislator are concerned with that, I would suggest to you maybe we do an interim. Number of complaints, number of enforcement actions taken. If it's statistically an outlier, then maybe we need to have a conversation with those boards especially.
I have looked at some of those percentages, and it's a little eye-raising that some boards have very few disciplinary actions and other boards have more. So I would just say that as we move forward, obviously the House was a bit hesitant. I saw that vote, 79-46. I'm going to stay with you on this, but I would say that this is a real caution. Again, we have to trust these boards, but we know the scope fights here. We know, we've heard Drs. Shortner and Dr. Campbell talk about the training that goes into being a doctor, and yet people that don't spend 8 years post what we would traditionally look at undergraduate, or 9 or 12 or 13 or 14 in specialties, want to sometimes enter into that realm. Those are discussions that we have to have. I definitely had a bill that would have addressed the lack of health care in rural Texas, addressed an issue of how we're going to get more young people from rural Texas to go through and look at medicine, and then they will return to rural Texas. Unfortunately, it died on the calendar under there. we'll continue to work on this through session. Is a very important issue, and I've tried to, maneuver this in a way of looking at both sides of it. And I will just say this, as we leave here, keep in mind we're going to be about 59,000 nurses short by the year 2032. But we will have a deficit in doctors as well, and then ultimately we're going to have a surplus with APRNs. And I just see ourselves not addressing some of the critical issues where we do have shortfalls. And I just want to make sure that we play it down, play it by the law. We'll have these fights here. We'll continue to discuss. You and I represent rural Texas. You have frontier state counties. And the only health care they have is sometimes telemedicine, and sometimes it is an APRN. And so I'm always happy to listen to you and to my friends and colleagues who are APRNs and doctors to see what we can do to meet the growing need of people needing a primary care physician in the state of Texas, which is the gateway to your health care. So with that, thank you, Senator Perry, for taking my questions, and I look forward to working with you.
No problem. Senator Swertner, what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator, I wanted to ask and bring to the attention to the body what this bill is doing. There's a term called cease and desist that a board can issue to stop a person from doing something. And I understand in this bill, the ability to issue cease and desist orders by the Texas Medical Board is being what? Stopped? Changed?
So effectively today, both TMB can do a cease and desist and a board specialty can do a cease and desist. That's effective today. The distinction is under a board specialty, they can actually take your license, require additional professional training. So a chiropractic board can issue a cease and desist. TMB can also, but TMB can only do the cease and desist. And at that point, their action's limited for something outside their scope underneath their board.
But what is this bill doing regarding the Texas Medical Board's ability to do a cease and desist in the state of Texas?
They can do a cease and desist under this bill going forward if they choose to, but it can't. So the anecdotal, what I've heard from the board is, if I'm a chiropractor and I decide I'm going to go into the business of orthopedic surgery today, and I tell this person I'm going to be your surgeon for tomorrow, that is something the board is saying is outside the scope, and they want the control of being able to pull that back in. Well, that board of chiropractic still has that.
Well, how about it if you're an individual that doesn't have a license, is not a chiropractor or nurse or any other entity, and hey, I want to be your surgeon for today. Or is the Texas Medical Board able to do a cease and desist if this legislation passes on that person that has no license in the state of Texas for anything?
Well, let's go to that hypothetical. If they have no license.
That's not a hypothetical. That has happened, Senator, 11 times in the state of Texas in 2024.
If they have no license, then they're in violation of every known medical provision, correct? I mean,
no, I'm sorry?
If they're not licensed at all to name the specialty.
But they cannot do a cease and desist order under this legislation to that individual that has no license.
They would be under some specialty, assuming they're a chiropractor with no license.
But no, I'm talking about an individual. If Paul Bencourt says he's a surgeon and wants to operate on you, can the medical board say stop it and order a cease and desist and mandate they stop, and then refer him for prosecution under the district attorney.
Since they have no board specialty, I would assume the TMB's process of continuing to do a cease and desist would still exist because there is no specialty.
My understanding, Senator, is that this board changes dramatically the ability of the Texas Medical Board to protect citizens of the state of Texas regarding the illegal practice of medicine by those that are not holding a medical license. And there's issues associated with other medical specialties regarding what type of care they can give, scope battles. But there's also the broader context of the medical board enforcing it against non-medical professionals, lay individuals that are fraudulently declaring that they are a doctor, and the medical board at that time can say, hey, stop it, or issue a cease and desist and refer him to prosecution. That bill does not allow that to happen, is my understanding.
My understanding is the bill would allow that to happen because there is not a license under some other board specialty, that they still have the right to do a cease and desist.
Senator, I think you're not right on that bill. I'm sorry. What was taken out of the House in the conference stops that from occurring. That amendment allowed that to continue, and that what has occurred in conference does not allow that to occur.
The intent of the bill is to move the proper enforcement under licensed practitioners. If you're in violation of practicing medicine,
the issue is not that another person has a different license. The issue is that if you have no license, and because that amendment was removed by the House of Representatives, or in the conference committee, the one put on in the House, the medical board's authority to protect Texans, their health and safety and welfare of people in Texas, from those fraudulently saying they have a medical license, and especially in the case of a completely lay individual saying, hey, I'm a doctor, let me treat you, they can't order a cease and desist on them and stop them from doing that.
Let me ask it this way. If I'm practicing medicine without any license, any specialty, any designation at all, is that a criminal action?
It's a criminal action, but the medical board usually orders a cease and desist and refers them to the DA for prosecution. In this case, the portion in which you order a cease and desist is being taken away by the conference committee changes.
They would have the right to turn that over to a local DA for criminal
But not
prosecution.
order a cease and desist.
But they would still have, it's at that point, they're in violation of every non-medical statute.
Until the DA takes action, they will still be able to do what that layperson can still, quote, practice medicine because a cease and desist order has not been ordered on that individual until the DA takes enforcement action. You're putting people at harm by passage of this bill without the amendment that has been put on by the House, that has been stripped in the conference committee. It needs to stop. It needs to be brought down and changed. I didn't know about this bill until now, and it is a significant issue that needs to be addressed before this bill goes forward.
This bill's taken a whole new life of its own through TMB text. It has been the history of TMB to protect turf. I've dealt with it for 15 years in this legislature, and I respect it, and I'm not denying they don't have a role, but they continue to find ways to interject themselves. On the hypothetical you have described, and not
there are 11 individuals in the state of Texas that practice medicine and that got ordered a cease and desist in 2024 by the Texas Medical Board and were referred to prosecution, according to my information.
And they went to prosecution, is exactly right.
But the bill right now keeps the Texas Medical Board from issuing a cease and desist order, and the only enforcement of individuals trying to harm Texans by saying they're a doctor and practicing on them will be the enforcement action by a DA, and God knows how long that's going to take.
Yep. Well, I'm just telling you the option of referring them to the DA is there. They should do it immediately.
They're not going to do it immediately, Senator. They're not. I'm sorry. I'm a definite hard no on this.
That's fine.
This concurrence.
And what I would say is, if it goes down, then that's the will of the body. I'm okay with that.
Members, I would ask y'all to really listen very carefully what this bill does. It is a significant change of how we protect Texans when it comes to the medical board and those that are practicing without a license in the state of Texas.
Members, I want to make sure that we're clear on what the bill does. TMB currently has the right to issue cease and desist for those that are in other specialties or for those that are under their jurisdiction today. The bill does not, and I repeat, does not remove the cease and desist process for a non-licensed profession. That is something the TMB's putting out, but they still can issue cease and desist. But under the example that was given, if you're practicing medicine without a license, that's a criminal offense. If you're practicing outside the scope of your specialty, that's a board review process. They either remove your license or they make you go to CPE and do a bunch of other things. TMB's teeth is a cease and desist only today with no authority to remove licenses if you're not underneath their licensure. But they will still have the ability to issue a cease and desist and then refer you to the DA for criminal prosecution if you're practicing outside, actually with no licensure. That's a whole different fact pattern than what the bill was aiming at, but it did not change TMB's ability to issue cease and desist with this bill. They will continue on, and if it's practicing without a license, you're going to jail, hopefully. So that's what the bill does. It's to put enforcement with those that are familiar with their specialties, that have the proper analysis and support to make the decision whether somebody's license ought to be pulled. TMB's world today is cease and desist with no authority to move forward on taking away a license from someone that's outside their jurisdiction. TMB's authority to issue cease and desist today doesn't change. If you're a non-medical licensed person practicing medical, that's violation of also many things. And those will get your referral to the DA, and you can issue a cease and desist order for that.
Senator Campbell?
Just another question. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Perry, if a specialty board or a chiropractic board sets the scope of practice for chiropractic, but the board setting their scope goes outside chiropractic privileges and actually infringes on medicine, who guards the board's decision to allow chiropractors to actually work what we think is outside their scope? They have drawn it into their scope, and it actually infringes on medicine. Who then, if the board wrote the scope parameters, but the scope parameters are outside their specialty, and they're actually practicing medicine, who stops that?
So let's be clear, where this starts with is a complaint.
Complaint driven?
Complaint. Actually, it starts with legislation. I can tell you some of the biggest battles in Health and Human Services has been scope of chiropractic. Diagnosis, not diagnosis, what does that mean? How does that work? So there have been literally all kinds of legislation. So the scope of what a medical profession does is started at the statute, and then rules are promulgated. So we don't let a chiropractor do brain surgery, right? We as a legislature have very clear deadlines of what they can do in statute, and then rules are promulgated. So that's the first level. So if someone complains and there's a determination that they're outside their scope, it's incumbent upon that chiropractic board, in our example, to do the right thing and tell those folks you're outside the bounds of where you can be practicing.
So let me just make sure my question is, if the board writes the scope, and you're saying the scope is totally defined in statute by legislation, but if the board writes the scope, medicine may say that's outside your scope, but the board of chiropractic says, no, it's not. Who governs that decision making?
Again, what a board or an optometrist or an ophthalmologist gets to do typically starts in this chamber and the other chamber. From there, rules are promulgated. TMB knows what those rules are, right? They're going to be paying attention. And if someone gets outside the scope and the board chooses not to treat it that way, they're liable for being outside the scope and any consequences that come from that. I mean, we have a system of oversight and enforcement, and we have multiple disciplines with multiple protocols and multiple rules that they work.
I think, and I'm just coming to a completion here, but I think that what we're seeing is podiatrists creeping up on the ankle to do ankle surgery. I mean, we're seeing multiple specialties moving into practicing first a little bit of medicine and then more. My concern with this bill is that the Texas Medical Board doesn't have a way to actually stop another health professional from actually practicing medicine. And with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hinojosa, and then Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick follow-up, Senator Perry. And you're correct. If someone is practicing medicine or any kind of medicine, dental medicine, for example, they don't need a cease and desist order. That's a criminal violation. They have arrested several people for practicing dental medicine in the Rio Grande Valley that I know of without a cease and desist order or without any type of complaint other than complaint from the person for whom the surgery was done. So it is a criminal violation. And it's very separate and apart, I guess, from your legislation that you focus on the authority to be able to regulate the professions under which they fall under. But thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Some clarifying question for the author.
You yield.
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Perry. I was reading the Alderson amendment that went on in the House. I think it addresses the issue that you and Senator Schwertner discussed. What was the reasoning behind removing that amendment in conference?
It basically went back to where TMB is prior to the change, and so those Board of Specialties could be undermined, if you will, for lack of a better term, from TMB's actions. So it took the enforcement actions and things that the boards currently can do and put teeth where it belongs.
So what is it that would be bad? And forgive me, I'm fairly ignorant on this topic. I do want to understand it before I cast a vote.
Sure.
What is it that, what would be the problem of having that amendment in there? Would we have a specialty board exerting authority where it should not, or?
What we're trying to do is get where the specialty lies, the enforcement action there. TMB doesn't have any enforcement action over a specialty board. They can issue a cease and desist, but they can't threaten loss of licensure or other requirements.
And was it thought that this amendment would allow them to threaten hospital licensure?
No, that thought would be, no, it basically puts it back to status quo. It didn't change the world we're operating in.
I don't want to belabor this because there are people with greater understanding of this than I have, but I'm still not sure why the amendment needed to come out. I think it provides a great deal of assurance to many people. I'm still not seeing what the problem with it was.
I believe in what I was told by the folks that saw it, said it would effectively neuter what the bill was trying to do, neutralize it completely. So if the idea is putting the enforcement action with the Board of Specialty, then that amendment basically reversed it and kept it back to TMB's status quo. It needs to be where the profession is over the profession that's doing the enforcement. Again, this issue is not a scope issue. I can appreciate TMB's concerns, but there is already remedies for those situations or examples that are given. And if it's someone practicing without a medical license altogether, that's a whole level of different conversation. And it's not going to prohibit TMB, for that matter. One of the boards has someone practicing orthodontist with a chiropractic title. Those guys would make those referrals too because they don't want their profession done that way. Those very unfortunate but very extreme cases of where these people have no license or practice medicine, there's a remedy. It's called the DA, and you can issue your cease and desist.
And if it were a scope issue, do you believe that after this bill, the medical board would have no more or less authority than it presently has, or does it constrain their authority?
It doesn't change their authority. They're currently a cease and desist board only for non-jurisdictional licensures. It didn't change that world. It just says these guys over here are going to be the ultimate enforcement tool.
Okay, thank you for exploring this. It's not easy.
Okay. Members, Senator Perry moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 268. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
23 ayes and 8 nays. The conference committee report is adopted.
Thank you, members.
Senator Schwertner, you recognize on House Bill 2516 on the Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of Conference Committee report on House Bill 2516. Members, this is about Medigap policies for individuals with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and end-stage renal disease. The Conference Committee report maintains Medigap policy parity for those two classes of patients, the patients with end-stage renal disease and amyotrophic lateral sclerosis that are under 65. Move adoption of Conference Committee report for House Bill 2516.
Members, the motion is on the Conference Committee report. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The Conference Court is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Campbell, what purpose?
Mr. President, I would like to have the discussion that was between Senator Schwertner, Senator Perry, and I recorded in the journal.
And you said and your conversation?
Yes.
You spoke twice of both times?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any objection, members? This is on, placed in the journal on Senate Bill 268. Any objections?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Motion
President.
adopted. Thank you. Senator Schwertner, you're recognized on House Bill 2885, Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of Conference Committee report to House Bill 2885. Members, this bill is a local bill for Bastrop County that would like to hold a local option election for alcohol sales permits. The City of Garland also would like to do so, and since then an agreement has been negotiated to tailor the bracket in Garland to only allow the City of Garland to hold an election for mixed beverage permits. The Conference Committee report reflects those changes and is agreed to by all stakeholders. Thank you. Move adoption of Conference Committee report, House Bill 2885.
Senator Schwertner moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2885. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
28 ayes, 3 nays. The committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall for a motion to Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2753.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2753. The CCR changes election code by treating early voting and Election Day as a single ongoing period. The CCR restores ballot secrecy, keeps countywide voting for counties that want to keep it, and secures the in-person votes results and reduces the cost for counties. The CCR does not change anything related to mail-in ballots, the number of voting days, or to countywide voting. The Secretary of State must adopt rules and procedures for implementing the CCR and publish a report in the Texas Register stating the Secretary has consulted with the county election officials, ensure that the Secretary is confident that the counties are ready to implement the change. These changes will take effect as soon as practical, but no later than August of 2027. That, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Will the senator yield for questions?
Do you yield?
Yes.
Senator Hall, and there's a little bit of confusion. At some point, this bill was just a study. Is that correct?
It was a study, and the House turned our bill. We passed it here just almost like what we are passing now, except we added the very specific language of the Secretary of State and the counties. The House turned it into a study that was turned up in the committee, but it came out of the House with a later implementation date.
And what is the implementation date right now?
The implementation date
is that they will have this implemented no later than August of 2027.
Because there were quite a few concerns from election administrators that the effective date was actually September 1st, 2025, which wouldn't give the counties enough time to be able to make the changes that are required under the Senate Bill 2753.
Okay, that's a common misunderstanding that folks had. The effective date to start working on this is this year, but the Secretary of State must develop the processes, procedures, publish them in the register, and have concurrence with the counties that they are ready to do this before it is actually implemented. And they're given a date of August of 2027 as the latest that it can occur.
Thank you, Senator Hall, for your explanation. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Senator Hall, I know you've been working on this a long time. Basically, anyone watching out there, what does this mean? Early vote will start 3 days later, and voting will not stop on the Saturday, Sunday, Monday until Election Day. Normally, early vote stops on a Friday, and the Friday, Saturday, Sunday are off. I mean, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are off, and then people go back on Election Day. So this means once the voting starts, same number of early vote days, it just doesn't stop.
That is correct. It's a single, 21 other states have been doing this for a long time. It's just in-person voting is spread over the same number of days we had before. It's just connected to election date, which allows the counties to be able to have a more secure election because they'll be able to run that zero tape on the very first day just before the polls open. And then immediately after the polls close on election day, every polling location will produce the results in that location so that there is no mistake about what actually happened.
Members, Senator Hall moves adoption of conference committee report on Senate Bill 2753. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell,
There
Blanco.
are 20 ayes and 11 nays. The adoption, the committee report is adopted. And again, congratulations. You've had one heck of a session between the lottery and this bill. Two major issues. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir. I look at it as we, as a body. And thank you, guys.
There's always a driving force on every bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Nichols on a motion to suspend Senate Rule 8.02 to take up and consider HCR 148.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend Rule 8.02 in order to take up and consider House Concurrent Resolution 148.
Senator Nichols moves to suspend Rule 8.02 and take up and consider HCR 148. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
HCR 148, designating Bridge City as the official corn dog capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Chair recognizes Senator Nichols to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Bridge City has a rich history of bringing people together through events and festivals. Corn dogs are especially popular food at these gatherings, and attendees line up for blocks to procure the sweet and savory treat. Although the origin of this classic snack is a matter of debate, it has become a signature delicacy in Bridge City. Local vendors, food establishments are renowned for their expertise in crafting corn dogs. It has become an iconic specialty and a source of civic pride for the residents of Bridge City. I move that we designate Bridge City as official corn dog capital of the state of Texas.
Senator Nichols moves the adoption of the resolution. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Bogdan.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 713 by Hughes, suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on House Bill 40.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Resolution 713 is an out-of-bounds resolution. This is the Business Courts Update Bill, and we made some modest increases based on the experience the Business Court has had so far to the jurisdiction. And what's before us in the Conference Committee report was in various versions of the bill, but we want to make sure it's included. And it says for cases that were commenced before September 1st of last year, if the cases are within the jurisdiction and the parties agree and the judge agrees, those could be brought in. This makes sense. It's about resolving disputes in an efficient way, and I move adoption of Senate Resolution 713.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Senator Hughes, will you yield?
Of course, I'll yield.
Just a point of clarification, Senator Hughes, on your SR 713, if you look at line 16, when you talk about on an agreed motion of a party, you mean you refer to both parties. We both, let's say the plaintiff and defendant both agree to transfer the case, then it's both have to agree.
Senator, that's exactly right. It has to be an agreed motion. So if there's any opposition, it will not work. It's got to be all parties have to agree. You're correct.
Thank you, Senator Hughes, for your explanation.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
24 ayes, 7 nays. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion on the conference committee report for House Bill 40.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we, Senate, adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 40. Members, this is the one we just adopted the out-of-bounds resolution for. And again, this bill updates the business court's jurisdiction, has some technical details to make the court even better. It's been a great success. In the short time it's been up and running, we believe this bill will help. And I move adoption of the conference committee report.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 40. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
24 ayes and 7 nays. The conference committee report on House Bill 40 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2217.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2217. Senators, this is the bill that makes election data consistent across counties so that folks can compare and see how we're doing, and watchdogs who want to make sure the system is working properly as it should. And so many of our counties are already doing things in this bill, but some are not. And so this makes sense for consistency and for sunshine. The bill makes changes along those lines. The House had amended one section of the bill that has to do with ballot check-ins and early voting and Election Day. And in light of the bills passing along in this same section, we've removed that section of the bill just so as not to create confusion. This is agreed to by the conferees, and I move we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2217. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The conference committee report on Senate Bill 2217 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 119.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 119. Senators, this is the bill that has to do with lobbying on behalf of foreign adversaries. The bill came from the House and over in the Senate, and in the Conference Committee, I believe the conferees got to the right place on this bill dealing with hostile foreign adversaries, and I move we adopt the Conference Committee report.
Senator Hughes moves the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 119. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
30
Campbell.
ayes, 1 nay. The Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 119 is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
House Bill 119. Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion on the Conference Committee report for House Bill 493.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 493. Senators, this is the bill about serving as a poll watcher and the qualifications. Bill came from the House. We made some changes here, ended up going to conference and restoring the House version of the bill. We believe it's a good bill and move adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 493. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
23 ayes, 8 nay. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 702 by Hughes, suspending limitations on Conference Committee jurisdiction, HB 3642.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, Senate Resolution 702 is an out-of-bounds resolution on House Bill 3642, which is a road naming bill. And in that bill, we've been through that carefully to pick up the road naming bills that had not already passed. And the resolution before you will allow us to remove one because it's already passed. So the resolution before you would allow us to remove a road name because it's already passed the House and the Senate. And I move adoption.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion on the conference committee report for House Bill 3642.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 3642, the one I was speaking of a moment ago, members, on the out-of-bounds resolution. This was an omnibus road naming bill that came over, and we went through the bill with the committee and members to make sure that the roads were not already covered in other legislation, and this has the remaining ones that the House and Senate wish to pass. And so I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator Hughes moves adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 3642. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
31 ayes, 0 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall for a motion on the conference committee report for House Bill 2963.
I thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to adopt the conference committee report for House Bill 2963. It is the right to repair bill. The bill ensures that Texans have the materials they need to fix electronic devices they already own. The conference committee report is the same version of the bill that passed out of Business and Commerce Committee here in the Senate. The bill was amended on the floor. The amendment that dealt with the issue related to parts pairing was removed from the bill. So that's the difference. Now, with that, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Hall moves adoption of the conference committee report on House Bill 2963. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Perry for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2024.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 2024 is the banning disguised vape pens. The House added 4 amendments that exceeded the intent of the bill as filed. We removed those, and with that, I move adoption of the committee report for Senate Bill 2024.
Senator Perry moves adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 2024. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The motion is adopted.
Oops, thank you. My fault. No, that's right. I think we're down to 2. bills.
Mr. Doorkeeper?
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has adopted the following conference committee.
Thank you. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 708 by Creighton suspending limitations on conference committee jurisdiction on Senate Bill 2972.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to adopt Senate Resolution 708. It's outside the bounds resolution for Senate Bill 2972 relating to expressive activities at public institutions of higher education. The conference committee report requires a few non-substantive terms that were not in the House or the Senate versions of the bill. And with that, I move adoption of the Senate Resolution 708 unless there are questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Birdwell, for what purpose?
I'm not sure if it's a question of the author or a parliamentary procedure question, Mr. President. It looks like the amendment that's been, or the SGR that's been handed to us isn't complete. It says at line 19, explanation, the change is necessary to remove unnecessary, and then it ends. So it reads as if it's not complete.
Senator Birdwell?
Yes, Mr. President.
Could you come forward to the dais and so you can review? Senator Creighton moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
22 ayes and 9 nays. The resolution is adopted. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions at the appropriate time on this bill.
We'll lay this out and then you can ask your question. Chair recognizes Senator Creighton for a motion on the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2972.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference committee report for Senate Bill 2972 maintains legislative intent. We maintained and negotiated on some of the House's changes, including clarification of what is considered disruptive use of an amplification device, also expanding the statutory protection of expressive rights on campus to all members of the university community. The Senate version only named students, faculty, and staff. The House version named the public. This change would include current and former students, faculty, and staff of the university community. Requiring also, instead of allowing institutions to designate areas of campus public fora that they deem appropriate to allow events and or protests to take place. This still allows for local discretion, campus leadership to make these decisions on these locations while balancing First Amendment rights of participants. Also, members, the version of Senate Bill 2972 has passed out of the Senate. It prohibited expressive activities on any part of the campus after class hours. The House version changed this to within 300 feet of residential housing and took that reference to timeframes out, just making sure that if there are, loud activities, that they would be a certain distance from residential housing no matter what time it would take place. The conference committee report reverts the language back to the Senate version on that issue, and with that, I move adoption of the conference committee report for Senate Bill 2972.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President?
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I do. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, as you mentioned, the CCR limits the right to protest on college campus to members of the university community, as opposed to any person in the House or students and employees in the Senate. Who are members of the university community? I'm just curious. How do you define that?
Well, as I mentioned in my layout, Senator Menendez, we included in both of these versions of the university community, obviously employees and students and those that are on campus, but we also included former students and faculty and staff that, participate in these events. Some of them come back for part-time work or campus activities, or they're sponsors of certain types of events. We just kind of broadened that definition, and we want to make sure that alumni, parents, family, contractors, anyone that would be expected to be on campus certainly could not only be there in that respective capacity, but if there was an event or a speech or a gathering or a rally or some sort of protest, that those that were on campus, if they found the time while they were there to participate and they wanted to, that they certainly could.
So the Senate bill spoke specifically to students and employees, basically people who are direct part of the university, the public university, and now we're trying to tell anybody who is a member of the university community, that's an interesting word, that they can't protest. They're going to be under the state's definition of when they can protest or not protest. We're restricting their right to protest, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, there will still, obviously, and very, I don't want to say obviously, I want to say I appreciate your clarification in this legislative intent, but there will still be, protests that are allowed, First Amendment free speech rights protected. The campus leadership, though, they can decide where that public fora is appropriate. So, for instance, if there is going to be a multiple day or even multiple week gathering that's expected, but it's during finals week, and it's that gathering's massive, and it's in between where most of the academic buildings that would house those and host, be the venue for those finals, there might be an adjustment on that location that's approved by the university leadership for those purposes, when those organizing such a rally or a protest might not have that in mind. They might even have that information readily available.
Thoughtful. One of the reasons I voted against this bill in committee when it first came up on the floor and when it came up was that it removed the language that we added in 2019 requiring any restriction on campus protest to be content neutral, meaning you could, under certain parameters, tell students and community members when and how to protest, but that the rules must apply to everyone, regardless of whether a student is chanting something that could be seen as offensive by one group or chanting the opposite of seen by someone. Did the CCR put that content neutral requirement back in? Because that was a concern that I had.
Yes, Senator, the terms that you're referencing, that's actually was added back into the bill in conference on page 3, line 2 of the legislation in the conference committee report, and it was previously removed due to a drafting oversight. The conferees discussed this and added it back in conference.
Right, so we're not trying to squash one point of view over another in this bill.
That's exactly right. No, in fact, it's very clear that the First Amendment protections, are with every intent of this legislation should be advanced and bolstered and protected all at the same time. But we also want safety to be a factor. We also want location to be a factor. And we also want to be mindful of students that may or may not feel safe with such an activity going on campus and finals week overlapping, that there can be some discretion by campus leadership to take action.
Right, that's why you had to pass the suspension of the limitations on the CCR to put it back in, because it wasn't in the House or the Senate. That's how you got the content neutral back in.
That's exactly right.
And the content neutral, if I'm understanding correctly, it reflects the Supreme Court precedents on First Amendment restrictions. So it's critically important that it stays in. Don't you agree?
I agree.
All right. Well, I appreciate your answering my questions. I still have concerns when we try to create laws to protect free expression at college campuses, but I'll share that a little later. Thank you for answering my question.
I appreciate the exchange and the clarifications, and I continue to yield for any other members that have important questions in mind.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Of course.
Thank you so much, Senator Creighton. And if you could refresh my memory, the bill specifically acknowledges that it has to be the least restrictive time, place, and manner, correct?
That's correct.
And refresh my memory, is there a mechanism for student groups to challenge a time, place, and manner as not being the least restrictive?
Well, the House version of the bill banned protests using amplified sound from happening, like, for instance, near a dormitory. So when you're talking about time frames in your question that you just mentioned, that seemed like reasonable time, place, manner restriction. But the CCR expands this to ban those activities on any part of the campus between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Because of just different concerns related to time. So wasn't your question tied to time frames?
Well, no, my question is there a mechanism in the bill for students to challenge the time, place, and manner restrictions prior to a planned protest?
Not a mechanism in the bill, I don't believe. I know if university leadership makes certain decisions and there, is an objection to that, I'm sure that from an organic standpoint that will happen on its own with an appeal that's made, but the bill doesn't, I don't believe, speak to that.
Does the bill speak to a remedy after the fact for time, place, and manner restrictions that were found to be overly restrictive?
Well, I see that as a ask and answered, but restate that for me, please, if it's different than your previous question.
Sure. The previous question was whether there was a proactive way to challenge time, place, and manner as overly restrictive. The second question is whether there is a post-event opportunity to challenge or adjust time, place, and manner restrictions as being too restrictive.
I believe the answer to both questions is no. I mean, we certainly, through this exchange, could establish legislative intent that we would hope that the university leadership in establishing these policies fostered by the legislation itself would allow for that. That certainly an open door to any objections on those decisions would continue to be fostered on campus, and I wouldn't expect anything less, but the bill does not speak to that in particular. It leaves it up to the local campus decision-making.
So would you agree that if there is not a mechanism outside this bill to challenge either proactively or after the fact the restrictions of these time, place, and manner regulations, there is no civil disobedience allowed? It could only be civil obedience.
That would be the purpose of the bill itself, correct, is for there to be, you mentioned no civil disobedience allowed?
Correct.
I separate that from just the honest intentions to be part of a peaceful organization or rally or protest, but there's also a balance to that in making sure that students are not kept up all night, which is why we have the distance protection from dormitories and resident student housing. And then separate from that, just the necessity to run those all through the night with students feeling possibly unsafe walking back from a late class or crossing the campus in the dark with different parts of campus not being lit well. You know what I mean on that end of things. So the intent by myself as the author and our House negotiators was to strike a balance there.
Thanks for answering my questions.
Now, thank you, Senator Eckhart.
Senator Creighton moves adoption of the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2972. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
22 ayes and 9 nays. Senate Bill 2972 is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures. SCR 56, Perry, sponsor King. And
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to withdraw the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1637. I further move to discharge conferees and concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1637. And originally, we thought that the amendment had a problem, but law enforcement and prosecutors have looked over it, and now we don't think it does, so hence move to accept their amendment.
Senator King moves to withdraw the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1637 and further moves to discharge conferees and concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1637. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes and 3 nays. Motion's adopted. Chair lays out the following resolutions. The Secretary will read the resolutions.
SR 54 by King, SR 55 by King, SR 58 by King, SR 59 by King, SR 222 by Menendez et al., SR 259 by Eckhart, SR 394 by Zaffarini et al., SR 478 by Eckhart, by Hughes, SR 667, 668, 669, 670, 671, SR 672 by Huffman, SR 673 by Hughes, SR 674 by Hughes, SR 675 by Paxton, SR 676 by Paxton, SR 677 by Paxton, SR 678 by Hughes, SR 679 by Hughes, SR 680 by Hughes, and by Hughes 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, 688, 689, 690, 691, all by Hughes. SR 692 by Menendez, SR 693 by Menendez, SR 694 by Zaffarini, and by Hughes, SR 696, SR 697, SR 698, SR 699, SR 700, SR 701, SR 704, SR 705, SR 7, that's it, 705 by Hughes, SR 707 by Johnson, SR 710 by Hughes, SR 711 by Hughes, SR 712 by Colcourse, SR 714 by Hinojosa of Nueces, SR 716 by Hinojosa of Nueces, and SR 717 by Paxton.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Resolution is adopted. Senator Menendez,
Mr. President, I have an announcement to make.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you may or may not realize this. The NCAA baseball playoffs are going on right now. And just across the highway from here, UTSA is playing UT. And after they came back from being down 6-1 yesterday to beat them 9-7, they're currently up on UT Longhorns 2-0 at the top of the second inning. Just for all my friends from UT. Want to let them, the Roadrunners are here. Let's go.
Members, if you can take your seats, we have memorial resolutions. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 719 by Betancourt in memory of Pastor Dave Welch.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Many of us have worked with Dave Welch for decades in this body. I'm pretty sure Dave was younger than I was until this morning when he passed away from a heart attack, leaving his wife Valerie, 6 children, and I believe 20 grandchildren. So it's quite a legacy in the Welch family. I want to just read a couple things from the resolution here. He was the founder and executive director of the Houston Area Pastors Council and the Texas Pastor Council. The United States Pastor Council, after 4 decades, he held leadership positions at notable religious organizations, including executive director of the Christian Coalition of Washington, national field director for the Christian Coalition, executive director of Vision America. He launched the Houston Area Pastors Council in 2003. It has grown to now involve over 300 pastors. It's grassroots development of interracial, interdenominational teams of pastors who are mutually committed to promoting biblical principles at home, at church, in their community through ministry in local churches. And Dave Welch really was at the intersection of church and government at many levels, the city, state, and nationally, and had worked with well over dozens of elected officials, lieutenant governor, at least half a dozen of us here in this chamber knew him well. And he was a man of faith and principle and God. And importantly, he thought that it was his patriotic duty to work in that intersection between church and government. He grew up in a patriotic working class family in Washington. He still would go back and visit. And Senator Middleton, he just was asking us to come to his event this Thursday in Houston. And unfortunately, we were here in session. He couldn't attend because with all things Senator Alvarado, I would love to have one last final lunch with my friend. But that won't happen. But we can send this resolution and message to his wife, Valerie, who I give Godspeed to the family of Welch. He was a licensed minister with the Church of God in Christ that are going to miss him. And I think many people will miss Dave Welch in the state of Texas. He was quite a person of integrity and quite the person that whenever you had a problem, he would help you with it. And I delighted in helping him because the Houston Pastors Council and the Texas Pastors Council have done many good things for many causes in the state. And we have several members of the Senate that knew Pastor Welch and Dave, as I did, for quite some time, Mr. President. So I yield to them.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bittencourt, for putting this together, this resolution so quickly. It was true shock because I remember Dave Welch, my first week I was down here. I had no idea that there were pastors who actually cared about politics, and he was one of them. And he managed to gather others around him, recognizing that our country was founded on Judeo-Christian values. And he didn't run from politics, he ran to politics, like pastors ought to be doing today. He's setting an example. He attended our conventions multiple times. He wrote columns. He spoke out. He stood for what he believed. And I was always impressed with the new pastors he would bring with him as he came down here to pray in the building for us, pray for what's happening, because he was a man who not only loved God and Jesus, but he loved his country, and he felt that he had a role to play in bringing the two together. And I tell you, he'll be missed. I mean, I just can't imagine a session down here without Dave Welch and his crew coming through to talk with us and pray with us. So he truly will be missed, and thank you for doing this.
Chair recognizes Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bittencourt, for bringing Senate resolution, a memorial resolution 719 in memory of Pastor Dave Welch. The Lieutenant Governor told me shortly after we finished our little own church service in the Betty King room that he passed away this morning. And it was with great shock that we received this news. Dave Welch is my constituent from Magnolia. We like to say, Senator, that Creighton, that we share him. But I think we share him with all of Texas. As Senator Bittencourt talked about his organization of the Houston Pastors Council, Senator Hall, you said it best. He didn't run from politics. He ran to politics with a loud voice. I really did not know Dave Welch that well. A few times in the hallway until I filed Senate Bill 6 in 2017, known as the Privacy Act. He had organized Houston pastors to defeat an initiative of then Mayor Parker on a bathroom issue, allowing anyone into any bathroom. And that organization was powerful. It made national news. And they defeated that initiative in Houston. Fast forward to me carrying Senate Bill 6 in 2017, way ahead of its time. And I will just tell you that Pastor Welch was there for me almost every day with encouragement, with the onslaught of the attacks that our office took, what I took personally, what my family took. And he was pastoring to us, and he would bring pastors of all faiths, of all ethnicity, to my office. And we would sit down and we would talk and we would pray together, Senator Huffman. And then we would go and pray with Governor Patrick. One time you said to me, y'all better get in that room and start praying because I don't know if this bill's going to pass. And by faith, it did pass the Senate, but it brought to the forefront an issue that he was not scared to talk about, that he championed. And since then, we have passed bills and policies protecting our daughters, our children. I will just say today that heaven is rejoicing in welcoming their good and faithful servant, Pastor Dave Welch. He leaves a legacy to inspire other pastors to not back down, to not shy away, to walk these halls, to pray with members, and to bring a message to the people. Pray for his family in this tremendous loss. I pray for Magnolia and Montgomery County and the Houston area in losing, again, a good and faithful servant.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Betancourt, thank you for bringing this resolution on behalf of Pastor Welch. You know, he, as you mentioned, he was already organizing events for us to all come to give updates and to just share in fellowship and bring us together on the importance of making sure that the public understood the final results of what we produced in this particular session, as he did at the end of every session. He had just hosted an event at Hyde Park Baptist Church a few weeks ago, as he always does during session, bringing pastors from all over the state to hear from us on our session updates. As Senator Hall mentioned, one of the most important things about Pastor Welch that I found is he would bring me to certain events throughout my district to speak to pastors that had driven in from all over the state and certainly around the district, but not just so that I would leave more informed and certainly with their input, but he was very resolute in pastors understanding that Scripture tells us that pastors should step from beyond the pulpit and lead in our communities, certainly with state policies, certainly with federal policies. And so that really struck a chord with me when Senator Hall mentioned that about him, is that was his purpose, and beyond how he led his church is to make sure that pastors around the state understood exactly what their role would be defined as through Scripture, and in all of our efforts to be obedient to God's Word. And just what an incredible advocate, what an incredible partner, so much an individual, regardless of being a pastor, that was encouraging on really tough days. And so, again, it's hard to talk about Pastor Dave in memoriam. It is hard to understand that he's not even with us still, but as Senator Kolkhorst mentioned, he is certainly in a celebration with his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and his family that have passed prior and friends that love him very much. And I'll finish with this, Senator Betancourt. This is a message that Pastor Dave sent me recently about a particular bill and just tough days in session. He said, "Brandon, no question this issue hits emotions and hearts, as well as pocketbooks in every demographic, with much at stake all across Texas. This battle is the Lord's, but we are his standard bearers. So I am available to help in any way needed, including praying for you and the members you serve with."
Thank you, Senator.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for bringing this here today. I too was shocked to hear this. I spoke with Dave about 2 days ago, and he was getting ready for what happens after session because he was so proud of some of the work that we had done in this chamber, in this legislature. He talked about Senator King's 10 Commandments bill. He was a longtime believer in Senator Creighton's school choice bill. He was excited about the prayer in public school bill that we passed in this chamber, SB 11. He was a loving dad, loving granddad, loving husband. He loved the Lord. But he wasn't afraid to practice his faith. And sometimes people are. And someone's got to be the first to lead on that. And the Texas Pastors Council did that. He encouraged pastors to step away from the pulpit and talk to their elected officials, talk to their communities, talk to committees here in this building, and say, we would like to see biblical values put into action. He was bold and he was unafraid. And he led others to that faith in a Christ-like way, not attacking anyone, but in a Christ-like way. And we all had pastors come to this building, pray over us, pray over this building, pray over our committees. And that's something that I'll never forget, because you feel our Lord's presence in that. And I know right now, today, he's with our Lord. And he stood in the gap for God and country. And for that, we'll be forever grateful.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker.
Well, I too want to thank Senator Betancourt for bringing forth this resolution. Pastor Dave was an incredible man. You guys have heard so much of the incredible testimony of his life, all he did as he walked to witness for Christ and all that he did. You know, many of the members, Senator Betancourt, that have spoken from the Houston area, broader Houston area, but here I am a North Texas member and had the opportunity to work with him as well. And he did so much good on so many issues over the years. You've heard all the topics, all the different bills that have come before us. But it was the fact that he was bold and passionate for the Lord and strong in what he was doing. But he delivered his message in such a classy way. He delivered it with civility. And he was wonderful to everybody that he witnessed to and everybody that he prayed for. And just an incredible human being. And so I just want the family to know how much we loved him and what a difference he made in the future of Texas and all of our lives. All of the citizens of this great state, we know he's in a better place with the Lord Jesus, and that one day we'll all be reunited. But he was an amazing man, and certainly from our perspective, from an earthly perspective, a life way too short. But the Lord's timing we know is perfect, Senator Betancourt, so we know that. But doesn't make it any easier on this earth when we love and miss someone and want to have the opportunity to spend another time with them, have another bite to eat, and another great fellowship conversation. But we know that he's with the Lord, and we just pray for Pastor Welch and his entire family.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt to close.
Thank you, Senator Parker, because we attended Mass today, and I had, feeling that we needed to go. And more importantly, guys like Welch don't show up very often. He was a class act, a real class act. And he could relate to anybody, because this pastor's council wasn't, what people think of a pastor's council. It was an urban pastor council, Senator Hinojosa. This was, Reverend Williams, Reverend Hernan. It was every race you can imagine, every color, every pastor that you can think of, all working together. I can remember when he started the fight to try to save the Bible outside the courthouse. Told that it couldn't be done, of course, the Bible that was saved. I remember him recruiting me and Bishop Fiorenza to talk about a marriage issue on the ballot, Senator Alvarado. They said that wouldn't pass, but it did. I remember him speaking out on when the churches were taxed, what they called the rain tax. We weren't supposed to be able to win, but we did. I remember the major discussion and the tremendous support he gave you, Senator Kolkhorst, because that was very early in the fight about just now what's considered to be common sense about not letting men into women's sports, et cetera. He was there. I remember the HERO ordinance in Houston. Dave was there. There really wasn't a major event that occurred in the last 25 years that Dave Welch wasn't a part of, because he just didn't work here in Texas. He walked with great pastors like Steve Riggle and Ed Young and Rick Scarborough, recognized nationally as a model of what he was trying to do, which is having pastors interact with their community and with their society, really. And he'll be missed, because this formula was unusual for the time, and it still is, because with the pressures of modern social media, people rarely want to speak out. But Dave Welch spoke out with a clear and concise message, Senator Middleton, and you're right about him being bold. And Senator Hall, you're right, because he adopted not only Uncle Paul before we got here, but the entire class of our now Fab Five that remained of the Liberty Eight, because he felt kindred spirits with all of us. And I want to say that if I can find a person best represents Barnabas, the encourager on this earth, it'd be Dave Welch. Now he's in heaven with that encouragement. I promise not to get emotional, but I am. So, after 10 years of knowing Lois Kolkhorst, you've rubbed off on me, Senator. But more importantly, my life has been enriched in all of those that knew Pastor Dave Welch for the last 30 years. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of Senate Resolution 719.
Would all those in favor of the resolution please rise? The resolution is adopted. Members, if you can remain at your desk, we have another memorial resolution. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 720 by Parker and Hagenbu. Whereas the passing of Fred Joseph Mitchell of Louisville on April 21st, 2025 at the age of 75 brought an immeasurable loss to his family and friends. And whereas the son of Andrew Joe Mitchell and Florence Mayhew Mitchell, Fred Mitchell was born in St. James, Louisiana on January 18, 1950. And he grew up with the company of 10 siblings: Robert, Jimmy, Norman, Catherine, Herbert, Josephine, Charles, Michael, Marion, and Peter. The family moved to Grapevine before he entered school, and the girl next door, the former Bobby Joe Benson, would become the love of his life. And whereas Mr. Mitchell attended schools in Grapevine as well as I.M. Terrell High School in Fort Worth, baptized at St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church in Grapevine, he was a faithful parishioner and served as an altar boy and usher. He and Bobby Mitchell were joined in matrimony at the church on October 16, 1971. And whereas a devoted couple, Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell were blessed with 2 children, Darren and Rhonda. Their treasured family eventually grew to include 2 more generations. Throughout Mrs. Mitchell's long career as an elected official, Mr. Mitchell was an unwavering source of support and encouragement. And whereas Mr. Mitchell was employed over the years by LTV, Engine Components, Home Interiors, Advanced Graphics, and the Louisville Independent School District. While quiet and unassuming by nature, he was always quick to help others feel better by offering a kind word, a hug, or a little joke. He was an avid fisherman and loved to watch races at the Texas Motor Speedway. And whereas, although Fred Mitchell is deeply missed, those who held him dear will forever remember the warmth and generosity he brought into their lives. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas, 89th Texas Legislature, hereby pay tribute to the memory of Fred Joseph Mitchell and extend sincere condolences to the members of his family, to his wife, Bobby Mitchell, to his children, Darren Mitchell and his wife, Tonya, and Rhonda Reiner and her husband, Keith, to his siblings, Norman Mitchell, Catherine Dennis, Herbert Mitchell, Josephine Winfield, Charles Mitchell, Michael Mitchell, Marion Blewett, and Peter Mitchell, to his 9 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren, and to his many other relatives and friends, and be it further resolved that when the Senate adjourns this day, it do so in memory of Fred Mitchell.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for the opportunity to come before us this evening and talk about the memory of Fred Mitchell. You all will recall the tragedy that occurred earlier in session. Fred was married to Denton County Commissioner Bobby Mitchell. And Bobby Mitchell, of course, has been here on this floor many times over the years and prayed for us all, a tremendous prayer warrior. And I won't go into the details of all that occurred, but it was a horrific, horrific situation that took Fred's life. And Bobby still, while she's recovering, has not fully recovered from all that occurred roughly 6 weeks ago. And so I just thought it was very important that we remember this great man, Fred Mitchell. Fred, as you heard in the formal resolution, was born in Louisiana, one of 11 children. He then moved to Grapevine, Texas, in Senate District 12, where he met Miss Bobby Jo Benson. They were married in 1971. Think about that. They were married for over 53 years. They built an incredible life together. They're an amazing family. Fred was a great man, a great husband, a great father, strong in his faith, so committed to the community, and had a quiet grace to him. He wasn't flashy. He was always there just supporting and strengthening Bobby in her public service and their community broadly that they served in every way, in every capacity you can imagine. He loved time with his children, with his grandchildren. He loved to fish. I think some of the times I saw Fred most animated was enjoying a great NASCAR race at the Texas Motor Speedway. He was always just a kind and loving and gentle man. And an incredible testimony, frankly, his life is to following Christ. You might find it interesting, Senator Betancourt in particular, that here you had this gentleman who is a devout Catholic, married to Bobby, a devout Baptist, and together they had the most incredible Christian marriage and raised an amazing family and did great things to advance Christ's kingdom here on this earth. And so it is in the greatest respect for Fred that we recognize the incredible life that he lived. And members, we ask that you'd adopt Senate Resolution 702 so that an official copy of this may be presented to the Mitchell family, and that upon adjournment today, we will do so in the loving memory of Fred Joseph Mitchell, who we know is in the arms of Jesus as we speak here tonight.
Chair recognizes Senator Hagenbu.
So I thank Senator Parker for this resolution. It's very important to me as well. Commissioner Bobby Mitchell and Fred have just been pillars of the community within Denton for many, many years. She's been was a commissioner, a mayor for many years, and Fred was always just a wonderful support to her. He's a family man, a dedicated worker. He's a church man and a man of faith. And we, as the Bible says, we mourn with those who mourn. We mourn with their family. I pray that the great comforter be with them in a special way and bring the peace that surpasses understanding. I also pray that the great physician will continue to be with Bobby and heal her completely. We can take comfort, and the family can, that we know on that day they will see each other again. And they remain in our prayers.
Would all those in favor of the resolution please rise? Resolution is adopted. Senator Hall.
Mr. President, if it's not too late, I'd like to move that all names be added to the Pastor Welch resolution.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I'd move that all members be added to the resolution honoring the constituent of Senator Tan Parker.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 37, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 331, Senate Bill 447, Senate Bill 457, Senate Bill 506, Senate Bill 763, Senate Bill 865, Senate Bill 973, Senate Bill 1494, Senate Bill 1506, Senate Bill 1566, Senate Bill 1579, Senate Bill 1946, Senate Bill 2018, Senate Bill 2121, Senate Bill 2221, Senate Bill 2337, Senate Bill 2373, Senate Bill 2431, Senate Bill 2477, Senate Bill 2601, Senate Bill 2615, Senate Bill 2807, Senate Bill 2965, Senate Bill 3039, Senate Bill 3047, and Senate Bill 3070.
Hey, Tan. 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 President's desk is clear. Any announcements? Senator Zaffirini for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Caucus of the Whole will meet at 9:30 a.m. in the Betty King Room. Roll call will be called promptly at 9:30 a.m. in the Betty King Room.
Any objection? The chair recognizes the Indian Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate adjourn until 10:30 a.m. Monday, June 2nd, pending the receipt of House messages and the completion of administrative duties.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. Monday, June 2nd, pending the receipt of House messages and completion of administrative duties. Members, since there's so many members gone, be sure to call, make sure the caucus chairs and call everybody so they're here at 9:30 so they know. Thank you, members. See you in the morning.